Hello, hello. We are back doing some more art. It's time to make some props. Um, in the shadows for said props. Just make a 16 by 16. Hi, you. Yeah. You want to say hi? Make sure I have everything set up here. You guys. Everyone. Would you like to say hi? You're both going to be on my desk and crawling all over me as soon as I try to do something. Then you're going to have to say hi to the camera. Excuse me. Oh, that's what I'm forgetting. Yeah. You weren't supposed to open in that window. That's fine. You're probably going to do the same thing. Okay. That's why that's not working. Where is this? Hang on. Should have done this sooner, but I didn't. So it is what it is. So I would have swore. Hey, how's it going? Still don't know how to shorten your name. What do I call you? Spelling it out, seems silly. Trying to figure out why SpeakerBot is broken. Let's do this. Sort of how I always ask people to call me just by saying OMRJ. A lot of people initially shortened it to Omar. Ah, fair enough. I mean, OMRJ is fine. I just wasn't sure if it was short for something. Just doing some art, but I'm trying to get SpeakerBot working first. Because I wasn't knowing when people were following and things like that because I didn't have any text to speech. I'm just trying to get it to function properly. But I'm remembering how much of a pain in the ass this was to set up the first time. I know I already have an account. I'll just worry about it later. I meant to do this before, but I forgot. But I don't need to do it on stream. I thought it was gonna be easy. Because I'm missing the file for the actual speaker. But I thought that I had transferred it onto this computer, but apparently I didn't, and so there's not a lot I can do about that without just setting it all up again. Which I won't bother doing right now. Alright, time to make sprouts. So first things first, we need a cauldron. I actually think I better make the cells bigger. Yeah. 16 by 16 isn't gonna cut it, because we need shadows as well. Probably just gonna have all of the shadows go down and to the left for the sake of simplicity. Right, let's... Pixel art. Cauldron. Number 7. Okay. So yeah, something like this probably. Seems about right. I mean, think about the shadows as well. The shadows I'm probably just gonna do... down into the left, just to make my life easier. Just as a standard. Let's see. We'll say it like there. There. Actually, let's make this gray, because then we can do a bit more in terms of shading. Then I want to only use these as a reference, not like copy it directly, but it's also hard with pixel art. It can be tough to make something not look like something else just because there's such a limited amount you can do with it, you know? Even if you don't use something for a reference, you're probably making it look like something that already exists if it's any good. mean, fun fact, there's actually a controversy I was involved in. It was basically happened under that same premise. Yeah, something seems good. The only thing I'll do is I will leave the inside here blank. Not that. This. Am I throwing my 2 cents? Who says the cauldron has to be black like all the others? You know what? You make a very good point. Who does say it has to be black? What's different about mine? I still feel like that one looks better, but it's probably just like shading and stuff. Ours is a nice purple. What do you think of a purple cauldron? It'll be shaded, so it won't look like this, but... Good show, but it all depends on other parts of the room. Yeah, well. Fortunately, I can make everything whatever color I want, so I'm not super worried about that. Let's see. We want to make this side even darker. Uh, something like that. fine. Probably make this a little bit right though, so that there's a bit more shading on this end. Doesn't need to be perfect, but since this is kind of a major focal point, I want to put a little more detail to it. Simulating a little bit of lighting seems sensible. Leave that bit as is, but then we'll put a bit of that there. Yeah, that seems fine. I've got no complaints with that. Nope, that's not right. And my brain's not braining how this is supposed to look. Already. Should be. Okay. Then we'd have this. This. This looks terrible. So this far, I think we were good. At this point, I think we need to take a few more liberties. I think this also needs to stretch a bit more. Make the shadow. Yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense for the shadow to start, like... Alright, we don't need photorealistic shadows here. They just need to look good and cover enough of an area. That seems fine. We don't actually want these to be too dark because then the player won't show up good enough behind them. Or in contrast with them. But if we do this... we can actually do a little bit of fall off. That's... we don't split that rough. Maybe just be a bit darker, like here, kind of makes sense. Directly around that lightens a bit. That's And have this. Lighten a bit more. I don't think I like this. There we go. I think that's fine for our purposes. Just gonna put these on the sheet because that's easier. You know what? I'm not actually going to put these all in one. I changed my mind. Because... Well... Nah. It's actually probably not that big of a deal. Okay, let's go back to this. There we go, and then... this. It seems close enough to be convincing. Apologize for the lack of engagement. Because art is not really my thing, it takes an intense amount of focus. I fucked that. So I just want to do that. How long am I going to stream? Well, about another hour and a half, and then probably more tonight. I have somewhere I've got to be, or I would stream longer. But I'm probably going to do what I did yesterday and do 2 streams. Okay, take this. And we're just going to overwrite all of this. And then move this over and down slightly. I'm gonna do that. Okay. And that. Put that there. Um, oh, I want to do this. Then this. Move it down a little. Like This, we move it down a little. That down a little. That down a little. Little. That down a little. That down a little. And we just clean all of this up. Here, this can move in a little as well. Frame. Strip all the way down. I didn't think about that. It's fine. Probably do something like this. Then we go here. Take this, but just do this. There we go. And then you know what? I don't love the way this looks. In terms of the shadow, so we're just gonna redraw the shadow. basically that have this that kind of just moves into a blob back down. This, which just forms into a bit bigger of one. That should be fine. Just do something like that. Yeah, it seems fine. So, we've got a cauldron, we've got a plant with a wilt animation. At the very least... Well, no, not at the very least, but I definitely want a bottle that explodes, because that's going to be part of the puzzle as far as I have it in my head. This. This seems fine. I am. I know. Oh, girl. You're not getting enough attention? Yeah. Okay. Doing this completely backwards. Gerald, what's up? Good to see you again. Just doing more art. Stream's gonna be less interesting today because this fries my brain and I can't stay interesting while I'm trying to do this, so I do apologize for that. Watching another dev stream while I work, I find helpful. Yeah. Yeah, no, I catch some streams every now and again for the same reason. Can definitely make a difference. Really should have done the shading on another layer because of what I'm gonna do with this. Actually, doesn't need any shading initially because it'll have a different shadow on it, so I'll leave that one as is, but I'll have a different one. Just be normal. One thing I am gonna do though, especially when I don't really know what I'm doing, it gives me a better idea of how the workflow should be and how to structure my project. Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that. I'm definitely doing mine different from how I normally would. I never start with art. But because of my concept, the shape of the shadows dictates kind of how the level has to be designed, so that's why I'm doing it this way. Normally, I just do dev art or, you know, squares and stuff. And then, as things go along, I add in art once everything kind of works. I do programming first, then art, then audio, basically. Been watching 5 different devs during this channel. Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of people are streaming it, which is really cool. I don't feel like this many people were streaming the last one, but I might be wrong. So yeah, let's actually focus on making this loop. So this one disappears, which will be replaced by this one. Oop. 3, then. So, Do new frame. Boom. 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 Right. So that goes there. New frame. Now that goes there. Frame. Then let's see. So this one. It's 1, 2, 3, and down, and then this one is 1 over, but this one is the next one. Okay. So this one should be there. It's there, right? And then over? Yeah. Go new frame. This one's here. Yes. Cool. So I can just delete that one. Can I play just those? No. There we go. Yeah, it seems fine. Oop. Do whatever I just did. Okay. This. Do that. Right. And then we need to give it a shadow, obviously. know what, this one doesn't actually need... I think about it, this one doesn't actually need a shadow, because it explodes, like, immediately. So it doesn't actually... If I give it a shadow, that'll imply you can move into that area, and you won't really be able to, because it won't be there for long enough. So screw it. We are gonna do... nope. Oops. I guess just the... Yeah, I only really have to do this to the bottom. Do I even need to? Probably not, honestly. I think this paints a clear enough picture of what's happening. I think we can do a little bit. So let's take this. We do that. Actually, it's also there. We take that, we do that. And then we correct all of our shading. Make that even a little bit lighter. That's fine. And then this. Actually, let's just put this in here even. And then this down just a little bit. Go. again. Now we take this. And we draw it like up here. We erase this. And we take this and we want to do what? Like, yeah, something like that seems fine. And we just take this. Erase off that. We don't even do a blob. We just do bits. Okay, let's grab this. Let's erase this. Have this just be like a few pieces. Let's grab this. Erase. Well, let's erase all of it. Then have just like a few chunks going whatever random directions. I just realized if this doesn't have a shadow, there's literally no reason for it to be in the upper right hand corner, but that's fine. Whatever. I can't do that because I need the color. Now I erase them all. There we go. So now let's loop this here. Yeah, seems fine. I've got no complaints with that. That can explode. Honestly, looks better than I thought it was going to. Okay, so far, we have a cauldron. We have a plant that can wilt. We have a bubbling brew that can also explode. The problem now is this is as far as I got in terms of like object interactions in my head. So now I need to come up with them on the spot. But that should be fine. Right, because I'm not worried about about nailing down like what's gonna have to go into the cauldron. Because that's ultimately inconsequential. It can be anything, right? We could... Hi, Rune. You know, must say hi to the camera. Let go, please. Thank you. Sorry, we're... You cannot both be on my lap at once. This is not how this works. Lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah, it can be anything that goes into the potion, right? It could be different flavors of taco that all go into the potion, and it would ultimately be inconsequential to the actual puzzle, because the puzzle is just set off chain reactions that get whatever things into the cauldron. And so all I'm trying to find is just like a good number of actual chain reactions that can be done with just light levels, right? In this case, we put shade on the plant. This causes the plant to wilt. The plant was shading the potion, which now that the potion's unshaded, indirect sun, it heats up and explodes. That explosion does something that puts an ingredient in, right? So I guess now would be a good time to go into some more gameplay stuff. Right, let's go here. Now let's just add an additional notes. Why is this so heavily indented? I guess it's not in comparison. Never mind. Right, so we go here. So initially I was thinking you put ingredients into the cauldron and then you get the cauldron to a specific heat. But I kind of slept on that, and I don't think I want heat to be a mechanic. The reason being... How do you do it, right? So, we've got our cauldron here. We've got all our ingredients inside. There's, you know, a fire underneath it. The only feasible mechanic that I could think of is, like, you have a bellows here that can be used to stoke the flame. Right, like you drop something on it, and then it fans the flame, and then the temperature goes up. But let's say there's 3 temperature settings, and it's at temperature 1, and you need to get it to temperature 3. You just have to drop something on this twice. And as a puzzle mechanic, that seems kind of boring. You shouldn't have to be doing a repeated action. Like, we could have it be, oh, you stoke the flame to complete the potion, and that's how, like, you hit submit, but I'd rather it just be the potion explodes every time you add something incorrect into it, and the puzzle resets, because that way you're not wasting time finishing it, like, no, maybe it'll still work, and then you, like, hit it, and it doesn't work. That seems silly, so I think we're gonna go with fire just not being a mechanic, and it's just going to be ingredients. So the question becomes, how many ingredients should we need to complete a potion, right? This is how many steps are in the puzzle. And you have to do the right steps in the right order. That's like a main thing here. And the idea is like, right, you blow up this potion that knocks the shelf over. The shelf has the ingredient in it, but maybe you have to get the ingredient onto a different shelf before you trigger the explosion, or what have you. Excuse me, hiccups. So I want this to be heavily scripted. Like, you do the right thing, the thing happens. I don't ever want it to be like, oh, you've got to fling it in with physics or whatever. About creating a glass mechanism that harvests light from the window to heat up the cauldron, and then just use window blinds as a way of controlling the heat. Well, but that's the thing, right? We can't interact with anything directly. We are a living shadow, and the one thing we can do is we can position ourselves so that our shadow is shading something. That's the only mechanic. It's a very simplistic mechanic, right? So we could have something where like sun's coming from the window and like you position yourself to shade it, to cool it down, and then you move off of it to heat it up. But at that point it has to be fully dynamic, right? If you are not in the way, then it's constantly heating, and if you are in the way, then it's constantly cooling. And again, that moves into territory where it's not super consistent. And generally I like things to be dynamic, but in this game specifically, I really want it to be something where you do X, Y happen, no matter what, 100% of the time. And a situation where you're having to it could be cool to have something where so you're a shadow blob, right? And we have light coming in from the window. Right. Light comes in. This looks weirdly, unintentionally religious, but we're just gonna ignore that. Where's the fucking tool? Offset it with a multiplier. Yeah, but this is a situation where you're going to have to then, right, the cauldron's getting heated and the temperature's constantly going up. You're having to juggle between being over here in the shelves, solving the puzzle, and constantly coming back to this to shade it, to stop it from heating up too much, which is a cool mechanic. It's a cool, like, time management thing. I'm just not confident that I can make it fun and not frustrating in 2 weeks, right? That's my concern. Also, Dead Kenny, welcome back to the stream. Dead Kenny's on YouTube, guys who are watching on on Twitch. I should have chat from both displaying, but I do not. So yeah, Dead Kenny made a suggestion on YouTube, and that's why I'm talking to someone that y'all can't see. just for the record. So yeah, I think as cool as it is to have like heating and cooling as a mechanic, as much as I want to have one more mechanic, I think one more mechanic clutters it too much. Because it introduces an entirely new gameplay element, which is cool, and you know, you want that on the one hand, but on the other hand, now we're not just solving the puzzle, we're also managing the heat, which is requiring us to leave the puzzle to go back. Tell the YouTube watchers hi from the cool kids. No one ever watches on YouTube. Dead Kenny is literally the second person I've ever had in my YouTube chat, but still appreciate them nonetheless. But yeah, Dead Kenny, the cool kids say hi over on Twitch. The superior. No, what's really funny is if I'm watching a live stream, I'm watching it on YouTube, like 100%. Being a creator on Twitch is great. Being a viewer on Twitch is not ideal. It's not as good. YouTube makes a very good viewer experience, and it makes it very easy to watch streams. Twitch's interface is meh, but goddamn does it make it easier to stream. So that's kind of just the pros and cons that come with it. Dead Kenny says hi, guys. Yeah, this is literally the first time I've had people in my Twitch chat and my YouTube chat at the same time. It's kind of a novel experience. It's much more convenient to have 2 monitors for it, though, because I can have, like, the central chat somewhere visible. I'm not gonna induct you again. You're too late. I already manually inducted you through YouTube. Did you have... Hang on. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay, so you've had this account, and you were just choosing to watch on YouTube instead. Got it. Literally had to, like, use my admin powers to see how old your account was, because I'm like, if you made an account just to come bother Twitch chat, that's fucking funny. Thank you for the follow though, Dead Kenny. I have like a Satan voice text to speech that normally Bad Trip doesn't do anything, dude. I haven't fixed it. Sorry. Hang on. I don't think I can give you channel points. I want to refund your channel points, but whatever oscillator plugin I was using for that, I don't have anymore. Apparently, I thought I transferred them all over, but apparently that one didn't make it. Yeah. I really don't know what happened to it. But 8-bit still works. Oof still works. Twitch stream is faster than YouTube, by the way. Yeah, Twitch API is just better. It's less demand. Like, I don't know how they manage to display better with less latency on the same bitrate, on the same upload speed, but they do. Because I'm uploading my stream once to restream.io, and then Restream is re-uploading my stream to 2 different platforms. That's how I dualcast. So it is the exact same stream going to both platforms. There's not like one eating up more bandwidth or anything like that because it's an external server that's doing it. So for some reason, Twitch is a little faster. Smaller code base I would get. Yeah, probably. Yet more functionality. It's very weird. Although, the Twitch API is the worst thing that I've ever tried to work with, but you can try to work with it. You can't even really try with YouTube. Yeah, so Did Kenny, just to fill you in, we have a cauldron. The top is blank because I'm going to fill it with different colors based off of what you put into it. So that's just something I'm going to do in Unity. We have a plant. The plant can wither and die, which also shrinks the shadow. We have a little potion that bubbles. And that same potion can also explode. These are all of the bits that we have so far. So now I need to figure out... Right. That's what I was putting in the notes. So, at least for the first... Farther than me with the animations. I mean, they're basic as shit. I've been at this for almost 2 hours, and this is what I have so far. It's like... When you don't worry about them looking too good, you can do them pretty quick. Right, so I need to figure out how many steps I want going into each puzzle. Or at least the first puzzle, right? Because the goal here is we make one puzzle. That puzzle, if we run out of time, will be the only puzzle. You do one puzzle, you return to normal, right? It still is a proof of concept, it's still a prototype, it still works, but there's not a lot of gameplay, which for a jam isn't the end of the world. If we have extra time, then that becomes puzzle 1. Puzzle 1 gives you the power to, you know, stretch your shadow, and then we stack on another one that gives you the power, either that ends it, or it gives you the power to expand your shadow, and then you do another one, and either that ends it, or it gives you the power to move other shadows around, and then, you know, if we make it that far, that one's just the last one. But basically my goal, or my plan, is make the beginning of the game, make one puzzle, make the end of the game, make main menu, and pause menu, credits, all that. Add in the music and the sound effects, and then we have a game. Already, there is a game there, and then if I get all of that done and I still have like several days, Okay, now we just add more content into the middle because we have a beginning, we have an end, we have polish, and we can just throw in some more puzzles. So like, this one puzzle needs to be satisfying enough on its own that if it becomes the only puzzle, it's still a game, right? If I think of this as the first puzzle, then there's a chance it won't be good enough to stand on its own. So I need to think of this as the only puzzle. And then it's just a damn good first puzzle if I end up having more time. So with that in mind, like how many ingredients should go into one puzzle? I think like minimum 3, but no, let's say 5. 5 steps to first potion. Because otherwise we're doing rule of 3, and that's too much of a cliche. So we need to come up with 5 puzzle elements. And then the tutorial potion can also be 5. That's fine. But that one isn't a puzzle. The tutorial potion, the ingredients are laying around, you walk up to them, you drop them in the right order, and that's the entire thing. You know, it's just to introduce you to the alchemy part of the mechanics, and then once you mix that potion is the one that turns you into a shadow, and then the game actually starts. So what we need now is 4 more interactions, basically. Also, I said earlier that I was only going to be streaming for about another hour. That is no longer true. I have more time than I thought I did, so you guys are stuck with me for a while. And you're not allowed to leave the Cult of Dev. That was in the fine print of the contract that you didn't sign. So, 5 steps to first potion. One of those steps is put your shadow over plant. Plant wilts and dies. Plant was shadowing bubbling potion. Which I hope that the fact that it's bubbling will be like enough of an indicator that it's unstable. Like that should hint at it a little bit. At the same time, like you're just gonna move over everything, right? Like these aren't incredibly difficult puzzles to solve, I don't think, and they shouldn't be for a game jam. A good rule of thumb for a game jam is if someone gets stuck trying to beat your game jam game for more than 10 minutes, they're probably not going to finish it. So you don't want to make it too hard. But so did I say 5 steps or 5 ingredients? Let's say 5 ingredients. Let's say no, you know what? Every potion has 5 ingredients. That's a good rule, right? Because we don't need to have 5 ingredients does not mean 5 puzzle elements. It does not mean 5 steps. It could take 3 steps to get 1 ingredient. So we can scale the difficulty without saying you have to get more things in it. We can say each thing you get is more difficult. So 5 ingredients per potion. That way we're keeping this consistent. That'll be easier to code. That'll be easier to build puzzles around. So for the first puzzle, so far we have as one of the steps to one of the ingredients as part of it. You shade plant, wilts plant, plant with shading potion, potion is in sun, potion explodes. Explosion does something, right? This could be literally potion explodes, that causes ingredient to roll into the cauldron, right? It could be as simple as that. I'm not opposed to that, but I think at this point, I was going to make assets and then kind of let the assets give me ideas of how to build the puzzle. I think I need to build the puzzle first. I think that was a dumb idea. I think... yeah. Potion explodes and makes a mist. Uprox. Hey. You've been following me for a while, so I know I've interacted with you in the past. I'm sorry that I don't remember you. It's been a minute. But welcome back to the stream. You didn't trigger the induction ritual, so I know I've interacted with you before. How's it going? Honestly, I don't remember. Yeah, it's been a minute. But no, you being here is awesome because that tells me that that anyone who was watching my streams before I took a hiatus is gonna come back. If you're coming back, that means other people might come back. But no, I'm thinking... this is straightforward enough. I wouldn't mind it being the first step. And it being the only step to one of the ingredients, right? I think this introduces the shadow mechanics very well. It's pretty intuitive. And it kind of gets you... well, no, it's not actually that it's intuitive. I don't want to explain the shadow mechanics to the player. I want the player to kind of just figure out what they're supposed to be doing. If you are just moving around, right? You figure out you can only move if you're in a shadow, or that much could be spelled out, but you get the idea. You will probably move your shadow over the plant by accident. The plant will die. That will cause the chain reaction that puts the first ingredient in. Now, oh, I can use my body to make things do stuff. And that'll introduce the mechanic. So I think this being the first step for the first ingredient makes some kind of sense. It was the first thing that I thought of. It's very simple. It's very easy to do, not on purpose. So... say hi to the camera if you're gonna be on my desk. She's not happy. You're fine. Cat, indeed. God damn. We've got 10 viewers across YouTube and Twitch right now. That's pretty cool. Okay. So now... we know every potion has 5 ingredients. Each ingredient would take any number of steps to obtain. The result of each action should always be 100% consistent. That's just something to remind myself of, because I don't want this to be a source engine situation where like the physics are variable and you have to like fling something into the cauldron and it only works 1 out of 10 times. That's just annoying to deal with. So puzzle 1 equals. I need to get rid of that tab so that you guys don't hear the chime. I imagine that's a little annoying. There you go. Okay. Puzzle 1 equals, or yeah, puzzle 1, ingredient 1 equals wilt, plant explodes, potion, explosion knocks down shelf, causing ingredient to fall in. And when the shelf falls, that also eliminates a shadow, right? So 1 point of travel you no longer have once you get that ingredient in. Which is another thing. If you're eliminating movement, you might have to line things up a certain way. So now we need to figure out ingredient 2. So a big aspect of this, right, is what reacts to light or to no longer have it. Mainly what reacts to no longer having light, because the one thing you can do autonomously is take light away. In this case, the potion needs light to activate, but that light is only activated by taking light away from something else. So what reacts to a lack of sunlight? A question I should have pondered to consider the limitations of my plan before I went with it. But you know what? Thinking ahead is for squares. What reacts to sunlight? What reacts to a lack of light? As expected, Google gave me nothing useful. I wasn't expecting anything else, but you never know. And it doesn't matter, right? Because we have magic in this world, so we can yada yada our way through literally anything. We could have a living piranha plant that gets more aggressive with a lack of light. We could have a little gnome that runs into the sun, right? We can do whatever we want. What about something including mirrors? Now that's interesting. But again, what... We can do one thing. We can move onto something, causing that thing to no longer be lit. What would we do with a mirror? Like, right, like, presumably, light's bouncing off of the mirror and hitting something, and we would, like, bounce it off of mirrors to get it to hit something specific. But we can't move the mirror itself. We can only shade or not shade. So, how is that really any different? Like, the only thing a mirror mechanic could potentially provide is being able to impact light in an area that you can't physically get to because there isn't a path through shadows to get there. But that feels like an unnecessary mechanic to still just kind of do the same thing. I don't travel through the mirror to another light source. I don't think that works, or like it doesn't really fit with it. Because you don't travel through light sources, you travel through shadows. You travel through a lack of light sources. Right, one of the core mechanics I kind of see happening here is you create a shadow path by like causing something to fall or move a specific way or whatever. And maybe that's how you get to different areas of the lab. So yeah, I guess to make things simple, this is the only ingredient you can initially reach, right? So I think the play here is to make it so that you cannot get anywhere else without wilting the plant. That way, there's no way you can lose before you really understand what the game is about. The plant is able, you could trigger it accidentally. You can't get to where you're going without triggering it. And that teaches you what the mechanic is. And then after that, number 2, I think we do something to reach new areas, right? Actually, shelf falling creates bridge to new area. So we wilt the plant. Plant wilts, causing the potion to be in the sun. Potion explodes. That knocks down the shelf, or the shelf like falls into. Owen walks into a bar with a poodle under one arm and a sausage under the other. David, I swear to God, measure the next thing you say very carefully. Also, welcome to the stream, man. How the hell have you been? There is no punchline? Good. Keep it that way. Right, so shelf falling creates a bridge. So now we can get somewhere else. And once we can get somewhere else, this area must contain multiple possible ingredients. Right, so after you do the first one, You have to do the first one to progress, meaning that you can't fuck up on the very first task. But then once you've done that task, it's possible to fail. Otherwise, it's just not even, what are the stakes? So then you have to actually think about what order you do things in to make sure both ingredients get in the correct way. Been good. Almost done with school, playing Final Fantasy. That's awesome, man. Glad to hear it. So, this area must include multiple possible ingredients. So we've gotten into a new area, and we have to do something interesting. I mainly make puzzle platformers when I make puzzle games, so this is a new genre for me. And my brain's not braining hard enough for it. But I'm not gonna give up either. Gotta do it. So, like, my problem here is every time I think of ideas, I'm still kind of restricting myself to, like, simplicity is hard. Yeah, but that's the goal, right? That's the challenge. Like, one of the beauties of game jams is you have so little time, it kind of forces you to get really creative with, like, one mechanic. And that's, I really want to stick with that here. Even though in no way is simplicity a requirement of this jam, it feels right to try to make one mechanic interesting. Especially when that mechanic is kind of a gimmick, right? So, I'm not worried about that part of it, it's just... Moonmonk, thank you for the sub. My text-to-speech bot is broken, so... Yeah. Normally, a devil voice would say, like, Moonmonk has entered level 1 of the cult, but... really do appreciate it, dude. This. Ah, thanks, man. For those of you who are new here, Moonmonk is David. He's a good friend of mine. We met because of my, through one of my games, so... he also streams here on Twitch, or did. I don't think I've seen you stream in quite a while, but, I got it. Like, some pop-up happened for, like... Yeah, that's also true. He's done some voice acting for me. Oh, also, he is the voice of 3114 in, SCP Secret Lab. Which I also work... I'm the technical audio lead for Northwood, which is developers for SCP Secret Lab. I got some pop-up about, like, the Plus program, which I have no idea what that is. It's completely new to me, so yeah, I don't know what to do with that or think about that, but did I see someone remix the voices from that? No, I did not. You have to send that to me on Discord. Look at it later. Right, but anyway, focus. Doing important shit here. Right, so what's holding me back, literally, with the puzzle design, is I'm not, like, I'm thinking too literally in terms of, like, what things react to sunlight. This is literally a magical fucking world. We can do whatever we want. We can make anything we want. Sausages could turn to pizza when they're exposed to sunlight in this world, and then turn back when they're not exposed to sunlight anymore. So I need to just not think in terms of like shadows and sunlight and think just in terms of what do I want to happen. And I'll yada yada my way and through a magical way of making it happen. I will. They did like a Friday Night Funkin' thing. Anyway, get back to your thing. I'm lurking. Watch. Shrivel up in time when exposed to sunlight. Ingredient 2, one emo kid. Just expose him to sunlight, he immediately catches on fire and shrivels up into emo powder. Flowers bloom in the dark and could make shadows. That's cool. We could do like a moonflower thing. I think you're onto something. I think I'm gonna steal your idea. Right, so that's a way, and that's a good segue, because you already did one interaction with a plant, so step 2 could be to do another interaction. It could be, that seems like another like bridge thing, right? Flowers also have an innate sense of gravity. That I don't see how that helps us here, David, but you also weren't here when we were actually discussing the premise of the game, so I don't know if you're following at all. Basically, you're an alchemist. You mixed up a bad potion. It turns you into a shadow. And now you're trying to turn yourself back. That's pretty much the whole thing. As a shadow, you can't interact with any objects. You can only pretty much move your body, and you have to be inside of another shadow, or you have to be at least touching another shadow at any given time. So you can move from one shadow to another as long as you can touch both at the same time to move into the second one. Yeah. And then you can move yourself to block sunlight from other objects, basically. Yep. Hang on. I'm just curious. If I move this over here, does that make more sense? Does this look better? I feel like most people have like a side view, right? When they stream, and I'm assuming the reason for that is like if you look over at your other monitor, it's well, like when I'm talking to you guys, I'm facing this monitor, so you know, don't mind me just adjusting my stream live. But does this view make more sense? Like even when I'm looking at stuff, does the side view fit better? You got no clue what's going on, but I like you and I like Pirate Software, so I'm here for it. Yeah. I mean, that's all I want from you. Be along for the ride. Make a plant drop a fruit when it shrivels. That actually was an idea. Mirror it, but yes, lighting is good too. Okay. Yeah, do that. No? I can flip it vertically. Does this do it for you guys? Where's the area control? I'm a professional, guys. Use the mic out of my face too. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Where the fuck do I mirror this damn thing? No, I'm not using Streamlabs. I can rotate slowly this way. Streamlabs can't really interact with StreamerBot and do all of the cool elements and filters that I have. There we go. There it is. Feel like I'm too left. No. Oh. There, how's that? Am I a professional streamer now, guys? Have I done it? Have I made it? Is there something in my eye? The answer to at least one of these questions is yes. Awesome. Every day I grow stronger. Right, so having a piece of fruit drop in was something I was thinking about. But I don't think I want them all to be plants, right? That's kind of the one problem here. Like, if every puzzle is just shade a plant, then that gets pretty boring after a while. So we need some stuff that's a little more interesting than that, but since we introduce with plants, solar panels can turn to get the most amount of light. Yeah? I don't see the relevance, my guy. Watch like the most inconsequential shit at the wall and see what you keep. It's not even inconsequential, it like doesn't even make sense in the context. You asked for things that respond to light. I mean, yeah. Plants and solar panels, yeah. But like, we have magic, man. I don't think we need solar panels. As funny as it would be to have the final puzzle be just like remove shade from a solar panel which then causes a fan to turn on, which then blows an ingredient in. I don't think that's, like, the theme we're going for here. Sunbathing goblins. Yeah? What if a goblin is an ingredient? And you just have to shade a goblin so he runs into the sun and just runs straight into the cauldron. That's probably a little grim for how cute this game is trying to be, but you know, the horror dev in me will never stop. Certain bugs run from light and would probably be a useful ingredient. So that's true. The issue here, right, is I don't actually. So we are a shadow. The only thing we can directly do is shade things. So I think I want things that respond to a lack of light more than things that respond to a presence of light, because even though we can create a presence of light, the way to create a presence of light is still like this, where we make a plant wilt because it's shaded, and then that plant was shading this vial, and then this vial in the sun heats up and fucking explodes. Right? But to expose something from light, I can't think of many ways to do it other than this. And I don't want it to. I don't want that to be the solution every time. Is kind of the thing, right? If the solution is still like cause light by making a plant wilt, which even with magic feels like the only thing you can really explain to remove a shadow with a shadow is to like shade something and make it wilt. So like what reacts to shade? Some flowers bloom in the shade, so we can have a flower bloom, which would create a bigger shadow or a lasting shadow. That seems like a multi-step process for like you have to shade two things at the same time. You make the flower bloom, the flower is now shading the one thing, and then you go and you shade the other thing, and then both things being shaded causes some sort of chain reaction, right? I like where that's going. What if you have picked a difficult one to do, my good bitch? It seems like a majority of things that respond to light or the absence therein are plants and living creatures. But we have magic. If I want to say that in this world, an absence of light will turn a sausage into a Wellington, then we can do that, because it's a fucking magical world. It doesn't need to make any goddamn sense. Have a magnifying glass heating something and cool it down. Yeah, that's a good one. I did think about that. So, okay. How about ingredient 2? Is still plants, right? Because we started with plants, we do a couple more plants, that's fine. There's 5 ingredients, so if the first 3 actions are plant-based, then whatever. We can have this be a vegan potion in the beginning. So, let's look at this. So, also my knowledge is extended to like Greek mythology, medicine, and Final Fantasy, so I'm not sure what I can do to help here. Surely Greek mythology had something about what lies in the shadows. I know that that's not really a major theme because it was also my special interest growing up, but let's pretend for a second that neither of us is as neurospicy as we are. So, this one, right? Here's what I'm thinking. Wilt plant with piece of fruit. Fruit falls. What? No. Fine. Fucking correcting me. Google Docs. Right. Fruit falls. Rolls to cauldron. If fruit contacts light, fruit instantly rots. Right? So, fruit falls, it rolls towards the cauldron. As soon as it touches light, it rots, turns into rotted fruit. Rotted fruit falls in, cauldron explodes, puzzle resets. So now we know it has to be shaded the whole way. Right? Maybe just a touch. So now we have to make moonflower bloom to create shade. Coffin sits in the corner. Inside is a vampire that you need to give shade so that he believes it is night, at which point he comes out and does something. Maybe goes and gets blood. Use the blood in the potion. I'm not animating that. It's not that the idea is bad. It is that I refuse to animate it. Okay. So moonflower blooms, that creates a shadow. There needs to be another element here. Moonflower slowly closes. No. Because I don't want to animate that either. Alternatively, he goes over, makes a rave of the room by turning on. I need to know right now how many people got that reference. If you didn't get that reference, I don't know if we can be friends. Just gotta be honest with you. Right, so moonflower blooms, creates shade. There needs to be another step. I think what if, make moonflower bloom to create shade, which protects fruit to bloom. Howdy, hey, hi, hello. I'm back to torment you more. You got my doubloon yet? No. I don't have a doubloon. Unfortunately. To bloom, the moonflower must be watered. Achieved by shading a denser, which is boiling water, and then shaded itself. Both the watering and the blooming itself are on a short timer, so you must do all the actions in a sequence, cause the fruit, make it to the cauldron. Okay. So ingredient 203 is done. You, there's a plant that has a piece of fruit on it. If shaded, the plant wilts and the piece of fruit falls off. The piece of fruit then rolls towards the cauldron. However, if the piece of fruit touches sunlight at any point, it is no longer, it rots immediately, and once it enters the cauldron, if it's rotted, it causes the entire puzzle to reset. In order to stop it from touching sunlight and therefore rotting, you have to shade a boiler or a condenser that is being heated by a magnifying glass. That cools it down, causing the water to drip onto the moonflower. Once the moonflower is watered, you have a short period of time in which you can go and shade it, which causes it to bloom. And it has a short period of time where it stays bloomed, where you can then go and make the fruit fall, where it will stay within the shadow, right? Does that all make sense? This is 2 of 5, dear God. Yeah, so that's that. Neat, I love mechanics like that. Good, because there's gonna be a lot of them. You weren't here in the beginning, Maggie, so, can I just call you Maggie? Is that cool? Do I have to have the maple in there? So we have a cauldron here. Cauldron will be filled with different colors depending on what you put in it, and that's why it's not filled with anything in like the main asset. We have a plant that wilts. We have a potion. Here, I'll do this properly. We have a plant that wilts. We have a potion that bubbles. And that potion can also explode. So cauldron, moonflower. So cauldron, moonflower, fruit wilt, shade fruit. Something like that, yeah. Lost my train of thought. Yeah, Maggie, so first puzzle is basically you shade the plant that causes the plant to wilt and die. When the plant wilts, it was shading this potion. This potion is now no longer shaded, meaning it's in direct sunlight. It reacts to the sunlight by fucking exploding. That explosion causes the shelf to fall. The shelf falling, you know, like off of one hinge, causes an ingredient to roll into the cauldron, which is the first ingredient. It also causes a new path to be opened up through the shadows. So now that's done. And then once you climb through the shadows, you are met with a plant with a fruit on it. Wilt plant, fruit rolls off, fruit touches sun. Sun, rotted fruit, ruined potion. Water, moonflower, shade, moonflower, moonflower, bloom, bloom, shade, fruit, fruit, go, potion. Recapping all of this for you guys helps me understand it better, so I hope it's not too annoying to hear it over and over again. Okay. So we can make the art for that, but I would rather just find everything I need first. So that's fine. That's pretty cool. Now we need a third one. And a fourth one, and a fifth one. And I need to have more interesting ideas. Should just get that. Came to watch the process. That's good, because you're gonna see the process. Sometimes the process is slow and painful. Right, so ingredient 3, I feel like should be... The other thing that I need to figure out is if I want the checkpoint to be every ingredient or the whole potion, right? I mean, the whole potion makes more sense, but that might get too annoying to have to, like, re-wilt the plant at the beginning every time, so... I have to see how that works. Must keep brainstorming. I think it should just reset the stage. Like the whole potion or just the ingredient you're currently doing? Because if there's 5 ingredients and you get 4 ingredients in and you mess something up and then you have to do all 4 of them again, I don't know if that's... Yeah. Yeah, so you mean the current step, yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's probably good. I don't... On the one hand, you want to... Like, you want to punish the player for failing, right? That's part of a gameplay loop. But I think we could just track, like, the number of failures and have that be, like, a score you get at the end, rather than making you repeat stuff unnecessarily, because once you've solved the puzzle, there's no real point in doing it again. So yeah, I think that probably makes more sense. I will be right back, guys. I'm just getting some water. Don't go anywhere. I will be back in just a minute. I have returned. Souls-like puzzle mechanics. If hit sunlight, you died comes up, and you start the whole game over. I mean, I could do that. Not gonna do that, but I could do that. It'd be pretty funny. Games you guys playing besides Final Fantasy? I am currently 100%ing Ultra Kill. Or, you know, I was. Not gonna be now that I'm working on this for the next couple weeks, but Peaks of Yore. Yeah, it seems like a game I could see you liking. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV will do that. Yeah, I don't really play Final Fantasy games anymore. I used to be really into them, but they take a bit too much of my time. So I don't play RPGs in general very much anymore. It's the only one I've played for longer than like 4 hours. Fair enough. I assume you mean the only Final Fantasy game. I know you've played RPGs for longer than that. That's why I can't play Skyrim anymore. Yeah. I can't play Skyrim anymore because I'm tired of the same game getting re-released on every console, but that's fair. When a game is 40 plus hours just for story with no side content, it gets to be a bit much when you also have life and work and sleep to think about. When you want to do the side content and it doubles, yeah, that's kind of the thing. So I always recommend to people, don't make games or learn to make games because you like playing games. That is the wrong reason, because if you start making games, you will not have time to play games anymore. I spent 140 hours on Persona 5 twice. Yeah, sounds about right. That said, I have 78 hours in Ultra Kill. So it's not like I've put a small amount of time into it. It's just it's a matter of Ultra Kill, like, right? Because I'm getting all of the P ranks on Violent, which is the second hardest difficulty right now. And P ranking one level is like an hour or two at most. So it's one of those things where like there's a clear stopping point pretty quick, and so I can play it for short periods at a time. Whereas like whenever I get into an RPG, because the story is so important, you don't want to leave the story. And so it feels like you almost have to play it for like a solid chunk of time to get into the story, and also the mechanics are take longer to learn and stuff, so you kind of just have to put more time at once into it, which is what I struggle with. I like games that I can put like an hour into every couple days. Shadows can also alert something like a dog and do something. That's true. That could be interesting. The only thing with that is I have to animate a dog. And that sounds like more of a challenge. 28 days, 20 hours, 24 minutes. Dear Lord. 21,460.8 hours clocked on Steam. Please save me from myself. That is so many hours. That is so many. How have you done anything else with your life? I know the obvious answer is I haven't, but like, Jesus. To be fair, it's over 10 years, but even then it's like playing it like a full-time job. Yeah, yeah. Has it been 10 years? Jesus. I don't even want to think about that. $692 hours. It's just less than Binding of Isaac for me. How many hours do you have in Binding of Isaac, dude? Do I want to know? I know it's a lot. Across all systems, close to 2,000. I mean, after seeing the number that came out of Maggie, I am less alarmed by that, to be completely honest. Came out in 2010. Realm Reborn came out in 2013. God, I don't even want to think about that. It does not feel like that was that long ago. But yeah, least life award goes to Maggie. With 21,460.8 hours clocked in one game. I know on Steam I got 100%. Yeah, no, I know you got Dead God or False God or whatever it's called. I want to play more Binding of Isaac, but that game hurts me. It's been very mean. Alright, I should probably start focusing on the task at hand. You did see some of my unluckiest friends, yes. Everyone who's tuned in on Twitch, I see a few more viewers than before. Welcome in, thanks for lurking. Yeah, Binding of Isaac. I got personally fucked by RNGesus one too many times. That's why I've been more focused on Ultra Kill lately. Very different type of game, obviously, but less RNG based. Anyway, right, so third Poozle. So we wilt a plant, we wilt 2 plants. Third one, the rest of them can't be plant-based. No more veganism in my game. So at this point, we just need to pull out some magic shit. Mushrooms are not plants, Maggie. Don't tell David mushrooms are plants. You don't know what you're signing yourself up for. No, the delay. I tried to stop it. I tried to stop it. Look, my mushroom may not be a plant, but I can promise you he is a fun guy. And now watch in real time as my viewers drop to 0. Yeah, no. Mushrooms are closer to people than they are to plants. So you're saying there's a bit of plant in them? I don't think that's how it works, Maggie. Gotta be real with you. Yeah, like we are also some plant. We share some of our DNA with plants. How would you put it? We share some common DNA with plants, and mushrooms share some common DNA with plants. We share more common DNA with mushrooms. Mushrooms share more common DNA with us than they do with plants. But they share more common DNA with plants than we do. I wish to photosynthesize. Well, I hate to break it to you, Maggie, but mushrooms do not photosynthesize. Plants do, and I got plant in me. Also, mushrooms walk. Let that sink in. Not all mushrooms, but there are mushrooms that walk, and you cannot unlearn this. Hang on. Surely there's a GIF somewhere. So that I can give everyone the nightmare fuel. They're cool, they're vital to your ecosystem, and they can continue to be vital away from me. Yeah. No, I mean, like... They're also the most likely to end the world, so... I can't find a GIF of it. You guys are safe for now. Hate them and Tay loves them and there's a problem. Oh no. How are you gonna reconcile that? Alright. Task at hand. I know mushrooms are not plants, but they're still plant-like enough. They're like, eh? Usually I buy Tay mushroom merch and he leaves me alone about it. You know what? Fair enough, that works. Okay, what about this? We have a shelf. We have another shelf. This shelf has an ingredient on it. Of some variety. Don't really matter. But this ingredient has a square shape. Because it does. And then something causes this to fall off of this shelf and onto this shelf. Right? In order to get it from this shelf into the cauldron, we have to spill water onto the shelf, and then shade it until the water freezes. Then this falls onto the ice and slides in. Does it make sense? Hell no. Why would shade be cold enough to just like instantly freeze water? But we're doing it anyway. You have an idea? It's elaborate? Let's hear it. Deep breath. On the edge of a shelf above where the potion is, a piece of cheese. Near the cheese, like right next to it, is a block that has an eye on it. When the eye is open, the block is pushed out. When it is closed, it's pulled back in. Okay. This is getting weird already, but I was expecting nothing else from you. There is a mouse that wants the cheese. Shade the eye, make it close. Let mouse get the cheese. Move, stop shading the eye, pushes the mouse into the potion. That's so grim, though. I kind of love it, but I also kind of feel bad about just, like, killing an animal. It feels a bit grim. You made a game about child murder. That is irrelevant. Well, that is 100% correct. Have it come out later as a necromantic skeleton mouse. No, we could push in the mouse. Maggie, it's not relevant though, is the funny thing. Don't worry about it. This has got new reviews. Oh, this one was just posted. There's such an abundance of amazing free horror games that anything mediocre is not worth your time, and this game is in fact mediocre. It's a good one. Hadn't gotten a review in a row. Well, but yeah. I mean, mediocre's still better than bad. You know, you're not wrong. On that, you are not wrong. 95 mostly positive reviews. You know, I'll take it. It doesn't deserve that. To be completely honest with you, it's a pretty bad game, but I'm remaking it. You know, it's fine. Right. So we'll keep the mouse in our back pocket. The eyeball thing is cool. I don't hate that as, like, a concept. I don't even need to get these all done until tomorrow to be on schedule, technically. But, I'm gonna try to get as much done as I can. So now... So we have the ice idea. What I don't like about it is that it doesn't really have a failure condition to reset off of. If it falls and there's no ice, then it just doesn't work. So no. Scrap that. Mouse replenishes the water. You really want me to kill a mouse, dude? Is this some, like, weird kink that you have? I'm coping with rodent-related trauma. You know? Fair enough. I'm not gonna ask any questions about that. So... Okay, what if, though? What if we had a mushroom? But he's got legs. And arms. And he's, like, super jacked. That's it, that's the whole pitch. I just want a beefcake mushroom in my game. But no, so anything you say after this will be approved by the council. Okay, no, but in seriousness, we have a jacked mushroom. There's like, he's on a shelf, just sitting there being jacked. Hang on, hang on. No. So we have like a lounge chair here, right? The mushroom is just like sitting in the lounge chair. And at this point, we don't know he's jacked. It's just an anthropomorphic mushroom. And you would expect... He drops his magical protein energy drink powder into the potion, no explanation. No. Listen. So you'd expect this mushroom, who's sitting in a lounge chair, you'd think he's a mushroom. Sunlight will kill him, right? But here's the thing. This is a Giga Chad mushroom. Giga Chad mushroom is not afraid of any UV rays. The sunlight will still kill us. It'll kill us too, it'll just kill us a little slower. Does that stop human Giga Chads from getting that fucking tan? No, of course not. Not afraid of no fucking sun. So he's right in the light, right? He's getting that nice tan. He's getting that nice cancerous tan right here, right? And if you shade him, he's gonna get up, he's gonna flex, he's gonna get all angry. And he's gonna move over, right? So now, he's gonna start going towards where the light is. But he's on a shelf. And at the edge of that shelf is just a very large cube, right? And below that is another shelf. Now, there's no light. All of this is shaded, right? But there's light over here. So he, as a true fearless Giga Chad, is gonna just go and push this heavy-ass fucking cube over. It's gonna fall onto this shelf, it's gonna knock this shelf down, and he's just gonna jump down onto it, right? Now, this is where, like, the water and ice comes in, okay? Because, if the shelf is fine, if it's just slanted, he's gonna jump down onto it, and he's just gonna be fine. And, you know, maybe something else falls into the potion, something happens for it to you know, replenish, whatever. But if you first spill water onto this shelf, and then you freeze that water, Giga Chad comes in. He pushes the cube down onto the shelf. He jumps onto the shelf. He fucking slips. And he slides into the cauldron. Only through the power of Mushroom Giga Chad can we become human again. What do y'all think? Giga Chad mushroom, no! Okay. Puzzle 3 is officially Giga Chad. Jacked, Giga Chad. Mushroom is sunbathing. if you shade him, he will angrily flex towards the sun. Pushing a large object onto the shelf below, breaking it. Shelf must be covered in ice so he will slip. One, can we call him Tay in honor? Yeah, sure. Tay can be our Giga Chad mushroom. To replenish the water, leaky roof. Check out scum that shit. We don't even need to. We can yada yada our way into any sort of infinitely replenishing water, right? I'm thinking you spill water on the shelf, you freeze the water, and then you have to go piss off Giga Chad fast enough that it's still ice and he slips on it, right? That's fine. Like, we can have it be... We already have a condenser that, like, can emit water. We can have another one of those. We can have a few different ways of doing that. The water is not really the issue here. So he'll slip to the cauldron. If there's no ice, he will still fall, but he'll miss the cauldron, instead spilling protein powder into it, ruining it, and resetting us. There we go. There's our fail condition. Okay, we only need to come up with 2 more. Granted, killing a mouse is still on the table if necessary. If necessary is an important note there. I prefer enabling him to answer to a higher calling. And yes, I am aware that I'm willing to kill Giga Chad Mushroom, but I'm not willing to kill a mouse. Deal with it. Ingredient 4. Cooked roast beef. Again, the ingredients don't really matter. It's the process by which they get there that's important. Any tips for creating UI in Godot inventory specifically? That's tough, dude. I have so little experience with Godot. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like I've done a little bit in it, but I haven't really done any UI design in it. Okay, you're using Unity, yeah. The dreaded Unity. All the other devs I'm watching are using Godot. Yeah, I mean, Godot's really good. There's a reason people are using Godot. I'm just so used to Unity. I'm like, do I really want to try to learn it on the fly? Like, I know that's kind of the point of game jams, but I'd rather have experimented with it a little bit more before I try to make a game with it in 2 weeks. I'm putting off working on my inventory system by working on environment and lighting. How is Godot's lighting engine? That is something I was wondering. Can you do like dynamic shadows and that sort of stuff in 2D with Godot? Because Unity's 2D lighting engine fucking sucks. It's one of my least favorite things. All I've used so far is the Point Light 2D. Fair enough. Is that anything fancy? Yeah. No, that's fair. Just thought I'd ask. I think you do some fancy stuff with it and shadows and shit, but I haven't touched any of that. Yeah, that's fair. I'm kind of curious. Oh, 24, it's okay to be curious about other programming tools. What you've been working on? I've had the stream muted watching tutorials. Yeah, I'm basically just laying out how everything should look. Yeah, I'm looking at Godot shadows. They're not much different from Unity, unfortunately. But I have to find workarounds with Unity anyway, so it's not like it's a big deal. It just would love it if they were different, because that alone would be enough for me to switch. But and I'm gonna switch eventually anyway. I just like I need to finish Beasts of Burden, the remake of Beasts of Burden, and Let Me At 'Em, since those were both started in Unity, and I don't want to start them over. Then I'll probably make the switch. But yeah. I've got some art. Digitally, if you need voices, let me know. Yeah, of course, always. I won't for this, but I think did I show you Cauldron plant bubbly potion that also explodes? And then beyond that, I've just been writing out what all of the steps to the puzzle are going to be so that I know what assets I actually need. So for far, I've got Wilt Plant, which then the plant was shading the potion, so once it wilts, it's no longer shading the potion, potion explodes, knocks down shelf, causing whatever ingredient it ends up being to fall in, I haven't decided yet. That also creates a bridge to the new area. Ingredient 2. Wilt plant that has a piece of fruit. Fruit falls and rolls into cauldron. If it contacts the light, then that ruins the potion because the fruit rots immediately. So you have to water a moonflower by cooling down a condenser, and then shade the moonflower to make it bloom, which creates a new shadow, which then allows the fruit to roll through that. And then ingredient 3, we have a jacked Gigachad mushroom, which is exactly what it sounds like. Use sunbathing. If you shade him, he will angrily flex towards the sun, pushing a large object onto a shelf below, breaking it. Shelf must be covered in ice, so he'll slip into the cauldron. If there's no ice, he will still fall, but he'll miss the cauldron, instead spilling protein powder into it, ruining it, and resetting the puzzle. If I get lazy, he won't spill protein powder into it because that's more complicated to animate, and instead it'll just like knock something else in or whatever. But yeah. Yep. Just curious what Pyro Software just posted on Twitter. So now I need to figure out what ingredient for what the steps are going to be. I decided every potion needs 5 ingredients. That's a good number for if this ends up being the only, puzzle we do. Aside from the being in the... Yeah, me too. That's why I opened it, because I got a Discord notification. All right. Hang on. Making a poll. Tell Tay I said hi. I'm happy he loves the Giga Chad mushroom. Alright, we're starting a poll. Should we murder a mouse? Get your votes in. Probably should have made it longer. I didn't think about the latency. Should be at the top of chat. Murder is always the answer. You and I think very alike. Well, the vote is unanimous. We're doing the weird-ass Rube Goldberg machine of mouse murder. Apparently. Poor Mousy, but also must be done for the greater good. Gerald, what'd you find? Machined Hearts, hello, welcome back. Hope you're doing good. I'm literally just gonna copy and paste all of this in. Maple Maggie, thank you so much for the Prime sub. You kicked us into my 10 sub goal. Thank you so much, means a lot. Y'all are awesome. Damn, that's a nice asset pick. Hell yeah. There's no combat or enemies in my game, so it won't need any of those animations, but the extra is better than fewer. Yeah. Agreed. That's awesome, dude. Doing some GG goodness today? Kinda. So I made some assets earlier, and then I realized I didn't really know how all of the assets that I needed, so I started making some notes on what the actual puzzles are going to be, so I knew what all I needed for, you know, MVP. Here, let me show you what I've got. Got our cauldron. It's blank where the actual liquid would be, so I can make it different colors as you add ingredients and whatnot. Oop, not that. We've got a plant that wilts. We've got a potion that bubbles. And that same potion can also explode. And then, yeah, we've got a handful of plant to mushroom to mouse. There's a natural progression here. Tear off your arm. That's the final ingredient. You can't, you're a shadow. As much as I agree with you. Tear off someone else's arm as the final ingredient. You're still a shadow. Can't blame a girl for trying. I mean, yeah. Yeah. If that's what you're into, you know. Ugh. I'm not one for tearing off arms myself, but I'm not judging. So, that said, we could make the final ingredient be you, and we could make it that the last step is just to create a bridge that allows you to get into the cauldron. I think that in and of itself is a little much, though. A wise friend once told me violence is never the answer, it is a question, and the answer is yes. Listen, guys, violence is never the answer. Sometimes it's the solution. I mean, what it comes down to is how the hecky are you supposed to drink that potion if you are but a shadow? You don't drink it, it explodes. And then you become human again. Sidewise friend was a fellow programmer and is now studying mechatronics. That's really cool, but also mildly concerning. Then I agree with the self-sacrifice. After all, what better way to fight darkness than the spark of life? There's one problem with this, though. So, as this scope is increasing, I'm starting to think that probably there won't be time to do any more than the one potion, which is fine. But the idea was that this would be, you know, the first potion, and if I don't have time for more, then we do another one. Or then it becomes the only one, but if there is time for more, then it just becomes the first one, and it gives you like a new ability, and then the game progresses. I don't think that's probably going to happen, because this is getting into be a pretty heavy scope. Explodes, and you form your musculature back in via Giga Chad. Mushroom being splattered all over your shadowy form. Basically, yeah, that's the idea. And you won't allow me to suggest throwing a baby into the cauldron. No. I don't think that's the theme we're going for quite with this one. Why is the shadow making these potions? To turn back into a human. So, initially you're human. You make a potion. That potion turns you into a shadow, and now you have to make another potion to turn yourself back from a shadow. Because you don't want to be a shadow anymore. Not being able to touch stuff sucks. Like, what I'm thinking for the last one is, like, the cauldron is here. You start on the shelves that are, like, right over here, and then you kind of move around, you get Giga Chad, get whatever. And then the last one is, like, right above it. And then you have something here that you have to just light on fire. And then the ash falls down into the cauldron, and that's like the final ingredient, right? I skipped a couple fucking steps there, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. Is like the final thing. And then And then you're already up here. It kind of makes sense for it to like explode onto you. If we wanted to do like a twist, dark humor twist ending, you turn into a human on the shelf and then like fall into the cauldron anyway. Hi, sir. Would you like to say hello? Actually, what we could do at that point, right? Hang on. So the game starts, right? You got a cauldron in the corner. Your person, you know... Hold up. Hang on, brain blast. I think I might be a genius. So your character walks in here at the very beginning, right? No main menu, no loading screen. Game starts. Character walks in. Right, we have a pause menu for settings and all of that. But main menu not even necessary. Character walks in. Well, no. Potion does like a fizzle swoosh thing. That's completely unexplained. Character walks in from off screen. Character gets instructed to mix a potion with these ingredients. Character mixes potion by just grabbing those ingredients and dropping them in. Character turns into shadow. Character solves the whole shadow thing. Final ingredient has you standing over the potion. You turn back into a human. You fall into the potion. Potion does the foosh thing. Character walks in. And then up on the board, you just get a little counter that says like your number of wins and how many failures you've had. Or like your lowest number of failures. And so the twist at the end is that this is just an endless cycle that keeps happening. So the next question becomes, how do fire? And what do fire? So we have cauldron. We have shelf above cauldron. Shelf has something. And that something gets somehow lit on fire and burns to ash. And that ash falls into the cauldron. Cauldron then explodes. And we turn back into a human. Shelf breaks. We fall into the cauldron. Cauldron explodes. Game restarts. But we need fire. And we need something to light on fire. And we need a way to light it on fire incorrectly. Nice. You guys don't have to give me ideas. I'm just thinking out loud and talking to chat is a good way to brainstorm. Lit candle, smoke, bomb, dry leaves, desk fan, sparks. Rubber duck, but chat, exactly. No! I don't have my rubber duck. Damn it. I have a ninja duck. A ninja rubber ducky that my girlfriend got me, but it's in a box somewhere right now. I was gonna show off my duck. Big Pirate Software said he uses Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like something he would say. Yeah, start streaming again at Epic Drink Jam. I recommend it. My dad has a bunch of rubber ducks because he owns a Jeep. Yeah, I don't get that. I also own a Jeep. Do it on stream several times. I guess he has an action figure of The Rock he keeps on his desk. He showed us the other day. He calls it his pet rock. That's great. I've been streaming my Jam progress. Just finished Kung Fu fighting some bugs. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, David, I pretty much started streaming because of Pirate Software, honestly. I'm referring to Jeeps like rubber ducks. He has a collection on his dash. Alright, yeah, that's not like a part of Jeep culture that I was aware of. Also, I think we have someone lurking on Twitch. Thanks for hanging out, if you are. Always gotta show appreciation to the lurkers. I do love streaming during the, Pirate Software jams, though, because I always do get much consistently higher view counts just from other people who are also in the jam. The last Pirate Software jam I did was the same way. Right, so we have Thing. Thing is a thing. Thing lights on fire in some way. It's an easy search term for people to discover you by. Yeah, exactly. So, magnifying glasses are a thing. That's like the most sensible approach. The problem is we need to expose it to light. Searched Pirate Software Game Jam and found live people and stuck around, followed the ones I liked. So you found me, and now you're a part of a cult. Congratulations. It's that easy. Happens that quick. Got scammed into the cult, didn't even get my wish. Look, I told you. It is completely within my power to grant your wish if I just, you know, it's gonna happen. If I just channel my inner cult of dev and I bring everything out, that you will. I hope that bit doesn't get old too soon because it's gonna be at least a couple weeks before I have any other ones. Granted. There is at least still this.
Low power for 100 bits. You too can become open.
Bad trip when it was working, it just made my voice super wobbly and made my webcam like swirl. Top tier quality stream, exactly. Only the best for you guys. My wonderful chat. Yeah, you can also redeem that one, but it's a bit more expensive for obvious reasons. And there's also a cooldown on it, so no, you cannot spam it. Nah, it's a different poof, Moon Monk. If I want to go get water, I have to use this. One makes me disappear for 10 seconds. One makes me disappear and then brings up the "be right back" screen. And lasts until I deactivate it. Actually, there's something I need to do with that. There we go. It used to be that if I activated "be right back" and you were to redeem Poof during that time, it would actually pop me back into existence. Which isn't ideal when I'm trying to not be there. So I made it so that activating BRB toggles off Poof. As soon as the jam is over, I'm gonna spend some time tricking out my my Twitch. I've got some. Actually, I can at least show you guys. I've got some new alerts. And some various stream avatars. I'll be doing a lot with stream avatars too. My plan is to turn it into... is to like fully gamify it. So I essentially want to turn stream avatars into an RPG where you have stats and whatnot. And then once there are enough viewers consistently to warrant this, I want to set up an event called Burn the Heretic, where if someone comes into chat and is doubting themselves, it triggers something where people have to just like spam the fuck out of fire emojis in chat to fill up a meter to burn the non-believer. Really hate it when bots trigger the induction event. Okay. So Someone follow? Yeah, someone followed. Who followed? I got us to 80 followers. Packed by Ink, welcome to the Cult of Dread. I am your benefactor, the Dreadman himself. On this day, you may ask of me one boon, with the understanding that I may ask something of equal value from you in the future. Do you accept these terms? The contract is sealed. What would you have from the Cult of Dread? Guys, you are not allowed to coach on the boons granted from the cult. Imagine if the monkey paw just had like a posse around it, telling people how the rules of the monkey paw worked. At least a background cat? I mean, I might not be able to put a background cat in the game, to be completely honest, but come here. May I offer you one camera cat? Or perhaps even two camera cats. Sir, look at the camera. You love attention. Anyway. Packed by Ink. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping into the stream and participating in my weird antics. Always appreciated. The only problem with the asset pack I shared earlier was the fact that it's all in one file. Godot's tileset editor is dying. Oh no, yeah, that's rough. I got a pony formation contract, should have gone for the pony. Okay, since I didn't get my doubloons, can I request instead that you give the cats head pats and kissies from me, as I love all pets unconditionally, and they must know it? Yeah, I can do that. That one's pretty easy. I'm not going to chase after them for them right now, because I already did that, and now they're a little fed up, but... This is acceptable? Good. But yeah, Packed by Ink, what brings you? Are you also doing the jam? That's what's brought most people here. Longtime stalker. Okay. How long have you been stalking? Come from YouTube. Okay. Gotcha. Are you the random like I get on all of my streams on YouTube, but no one ever pops up in chat? By any chance? You'd have to look. Yeah, fair enough. Yes. Alright, well, that solves that mystery. Well, thanks for being a lurker. I've always got to show appreciation for the lurkers. But, cool of you to finally follow and say hi. Thank you for hanging out all this time. And for the record, I would love to have a background cat in my game. I just, because I only have 2 weeks to make it, I don't like committing super hard to assets. I think I already committed to putting a piece of pizza in it, and I don't even know if I'm going to actually be able to do that. I don't remember who it was whose boon was a piece of pizza. I think it's someone in chat right now. But, like, realistically, I will do my best to have it be a prop somewhere, which is easier to put in than a cat, because it's just a piece of pizza, but, like, also if it's gonna potentially jeopardize, like, having enough content for the actual jam, I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna lie. No disrespect to anyone, but, the memes aren't worth it. Yeah, thanks for lurking for so long, dude, and thanks for finally hanging out. I'm just, trying to figure out what the hell I'm gonna light on fire. Pizza should be lit on fire. I could do that. That's true. I could light a piece of pizza on fire. It doesn't really matter what it is, ultimately. Ash of pizza could be an alchemy ingredient, for all we know. But the question remains, how do we light it on fire? There needs to be a somewhat interesting puzzle that involves light levels. Which obviously, like, exposing light through magnifying glass could light something on fire. There's that already. But, the problem at that point is it needs to be then something that's already shaded that we're unshading. Although, we could have a miniature vampire into your vampire idea. But that sounds too hard to animate. With the time I have. So I was gonna say, like, you could have a little coffin that, like, you make a vampire come out by shading him, and then you unshade him and he lights on fire, and then lights the pizza on fire. But no. I already have to animate a mouse. I don't want to... And a mouse is, like, pretty fucking easy to animate. And crystals that you have to unshade. Yeah, the problem, though, is that, like... There's too many ideas I have that are things that you have to unshade, and not enough things that you have to shade, which is the only thing you can directly do. So to unshade something, you have to shade something that then causes that thing to unshade another thing, since all you can do is be a shadow that exists as a shadow. So yeah, I can think of a lot of ways to unshade something and start a fire. I can't think of a lot of ways to shade something and start a fire. Imagine if that was how the world worked, that you accidentally let your shadow go over the wrong thing and it just spontaneously combusts. Add the magic element, shade the crystal, and it combusts. I mean, yeah, fair enough. There's no reason I couldn't have a magical combusting crystal that only combusts in shade. You know, yeah. Combustible. Shade crystal. Lights. Pizza on fire. That is one of the most unhinged sentences I've ever read aloud or written in my entire life. And mind you, yesterday I read something about, what was it? This is the game you were working on, right, Maggie? There's something about Viking mechs fighting, Viking Mecha versus Cosmic Horror Vampire Survivors. Like, yeah, that was it. That was a sentence I said recently. And somehow still, combustible shade crystal lights pizza on fire. Feels even more unhinged. But that's what we're going with. The wonders of being a streamer. Yup. Yeah, okay. Pizza ash falls in Cauldron. Cool. Now we can actually start making the rest of the art. Okay, so we have plant with piece of fruit. This, and then fill that in. We'll make this a nicer green. There we go. I think it needs to be a little higher. Do like that. There. Give it some shadows. Let's do some basic shading here. There we go. That seems fine. And a little on the fruit itself. Must leave. Good luck on the game jam. All right. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. And for once again lurking. And hopefully I'll see you in another one. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, dude. Hope you have a good rest of your day or night or wherever you are. Gerald, same to you. Thanks for hanging out. I have to split this asset file tomorrow after work. It was 9 hours of time because job. Yeah. Yeah, I'm lucky enough at this point in my life to be able to make games pretty much full time, but I still can't work on game jams full time. Like I've got, you know, freelance stuff and everything, but jobs suck, man. Hope you have a good one though. I wish you the best of luck getting your massive tile map to work in Godot. Hey, man. Okay. So now we take this. Oop. We don't want this one to have too much of a shadow, because it's not really meant to be a super traversable prop. But we'll still give it some. Do we even worry about giving the fruit a shadow? It doesn't matter gameplay-wise, and I don't think that many people are gonna... Right, there's certain polished things that I always want to do, but then I think about it like in the context of a jam where you have limited time, and I'm like, who's gonna play this and be like, well, I really love the game, but I couldn't help but notice that the fruit didn't really have a shadow, and that ruined my entire experience. 0 stars? Like, it's not gonna happen. No one cares. Maybe on Steam, but not on itch for a 2-week jam. No one's gonna notice. I've seen reviews that nitpicky on Steam, but okay, but do have to make this wilt, so let's bring this down here. At this point, for this to be happening, they both have to be shadowed anyway. I'll worry about that right now. I want to get this stuff done. First and foremost. There will be time for nitpicks later. Okay. Gonna pop as well. Today's gonna be home soonish, so I gotta get some foodstuffs in me and be ready for him, but good luck. Love you much. See you later. Yeah, see you later, David. Thanks for hanging out. Being a homie as always. See you soon, hopefully. All right. So now we go here. This one's still gonna be... Fruit's still gonna be where it is. But... this is now just... we'll go like... that. And we'll make it a bit more brown and dead looking. Like so. This entire time I've been trying to make like a Viking hut style building that also looks like a mech dock, and I am done. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say about that. Maybe yeah, if you wanna show your art off, I have a Discord. It's down below on Twitch. It's in the Twitch buttons. You can share your creations with my community and get some feedback if you want. I don't know if they'll answer or not, but you're welcome to. I kind of want to see it. That's all I can really that's all I can really say about that. Yeah, it's fine. Now what's next? We'll plant, fruit falls, roast cauldron. Right now it's just like Lego blocks. So we're doing it with isometric view, so I'm just piecing together little cubes and triangles trying to make something coherent. Fair enough, yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. Right, actually, from an animation perspective, we should probably just delete the fruit on the last frame. We'll make another frame. And we'll delete everything in it. And then we will just take this piece of fruit. We'll put it here. And we'll make its coloration consistent because it's going to roll. And then we'll just give it a rotting animation. Frame. Let's take this, bring it down. just this. And bring it down to like there. Then just like do that. Nope. There's more brown. New frame. We go. Like that. There we go. Now we have fruit that rots. What's next? Okay, so we need a condenser that's boiling water. Water's being boiled by a magnifying glass. So we delete this. So first off, we just have some something like this. And over it, we have something like this. Then above that, something like this. Comes down like that. Right, so we need some more pencils to sell what's happening here, so let's do that. Bring the black up a little bit. And then what? We just need some different shades of orange. And then some different shades of gray. And then in here, we just need a bunch of different off-whites. That should be good. Right, we need to sell that this is being done by a magnifying glass, which, yeah, I guess would just be something like this. May not look the best, but as long as it does what we're trying to do, you know. This one is 1, 2, 3rd. Okay. So 1, 2, so it'll be here next. Yay, new frame. Making sense. Oop. Set loop. Yeah, seems fine. Okay. Frame. Okay, so that's and done. And then that's okay. So just do that. Oh, right. I don't actually know where that is. Wait. Here, can I change the way the background looks? Mhm. That's where it is. Show audience. Would have been nice yesterday. Um, how to change? It's getting dark in here. Maybe that'll help with the background removal a little bit. Here it is. That's uh. Assume this does nothing. No. There we go. Okay, right. actually move them up in this one. Right, and then third. Hyromira, welcome to the Cult of Dev. I am your benefactor, the Dread Man himself. On this day you may ask of me one boon, with the understanding that I may ask something of equal value from you in the future. Do you accept these terms? The contract is sealed. What would you have from the Cult of Dev? One crisp high five coming right up. But to answer your question, no, this is not a character. This is a boiler. Or distiller of some variety. But how are you doing? What brings you here? Are you also doing the jam, or just thought I looked interesting? Oh, also thank you for the follow. My follow alerts aren't working right now. I usually have text-to-speech, but it's broken, so I don't get notified. But appreciate the follow. Thank you, dude. Yeah, at the moment, just got a character removing in Game Maker, but it's late, so I can't do much else. So I'm chilling. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I don't usually start with art in game jams, but because of the main mechanic of this one, I kind of have to. So I'm just doing all the art assets. Let's see. Right, so when we spawn any one of those. Got it. Yeah, I guess I have to base it off. So 2 and 3. Right. I'm just gonna delete this frame and make a new one off of this because I messed up. There we go. What's your plan for it? What's your take on the concept? Uh, this one. Do that. If I can, I'm doing like you're shadowing someone at work. Alchemy, though, is tripping me, so I'm making it easy since it's my first time making something in Game Maker. And you throw potions and stuff. Yeah. I see nothing wrong with that. Like, there's no reason you can't take shadows figuratively and alchemy literally, right? I'm taking both literally for my concept, but I think this is gonna end up biting me. Should probably just not mess with the smoke for a bit because I need to make sure that that actually lines up and that these line up. For the record, I'm not an artist. I suck at art. But we do the best with what we got. Yeah, I was going to do that too, but then I got inspired. If it doesn't work out, what I want to do, though, it's an easy fix. Yeah. No, that's totally fair. In my game, you literally play an alchemist who accidentally turned themselves into a shadow. It's pretty damn specific. Okay. Yeah, we're just not gonna deal with this for a minute. Just gonna do this part because otherwise this is gonna be way more difficult to loop. I just don't want to deal with that. New frame. This is this pops up down here. Okay, right. So when these pop up, I didn't... That should come up right here. Okay, only made one small mistake. All of that. Wait, what? Oh. I'm done. But yeah, that frame shouldn't actually even need to exist. Yeah, so that looks fine. Is that an item icon or something that will be out? It's something that will be out. Right. So we need to make sure we get here. Which almost works. Okay. Let's just do that. Right, we need to do just the last frame of fire as well. Yeah, I think that looks fine. Let's see. So this is it idle. Then we add a new frame. And this is when it becomes shaded. That. Solo Games, hey, it has been a minute. Jam's going good. Yeah, Yeah, been back to streaming after my hiatus for the most part. Still working on kind of getting a bit more consistent of a schedule, but yeah, how you been? It's good to see you again. Wasn't sure how many of my old regular viewers were gonna come back, but I've had a couple show up, so I'm glad. Right on, man. Hope that means life is being stable. Eh, Stable's a strong word, but you know. I'm hanging in there. Things are going frabjous. Thanks for asking. I assume that's some sort of version of fabulous, so I'm glad, happy to hear it. This usually what gets people back into streaming, either very stable or extremely unstable. It was extremely unstable, and now it's like stabler, so it's fine. Oh, I did that wrong. New frame. Now we do that. Delete that. It's good to see you though, man. Glad life's treating you good. Got a new computer and a new streaming setup and everything, as you can see. Although I moved the camera literally today, but it's a much better angle. Actually have two monitors, so a lot of it's a lot easier. New frame. That one. Then let me just do that and delete that. Yeah, it's fine. I always wanted to try streaming, but it tanks the internet here, and my family would eat me alive. They're all gamers, so I watch others instead. It shouldn't hurt your internet too bad, because it uses more upload than download, and gaming generally uses download. But I don't know where you are or how the internet speeds are or anything like that, obviously. But streaming, it doesn't usually doesn't hurt what other people are using it for, at least in my experience. But regardless, happy to have you here. Hope I can scratch a little bit of the streaming itch. Right, we've got Cauldron. we've got plant that wilts. We've got potion that bubbles. And also gets hot and explodes. We've got plant that rots and drops fruit. Or plant that wilts and dies and drops fruit. Oop. We've got fruit that rots. We've got condenser that boils and burns. And then drips when cooled. I guess I should probably finish the drip animation, but I don't really know exactly where it needs to go, so I can always touch it up during implementation. That's easy. Now it's our internet such location. Sis tried it and we couldn't do anything. Damn, that sucks. So excited to play everyone's games. Me too. I've had some people drop in that had some really cool concepts. These jams are a good time to be a software and game development streamer, though, because people, a lot more people stop in. I guess this didn't really need to be where it is, because this isn't going to cast any kind of shadow anyway, but yeah, it's fine. I did that. Okay, what's next? Fruit Falls. Condensate. Right, we drop the water on it. And then moonflower blooms. So. Let's make a new frame. Oh. Okay. Now we need a pot plant. The pot should be a nice kind of silver color. Shows up very badly on the background I chose. Can this just be a different shade of pink? Okay, that's horrible. No, because my things aren't going to show up on that. That's fine. Hang on. The first we just have. But oh, chill out. There we go. So there's that. Charging for some reason. So that's fun. Alright. So now, make a new frame. Yeah, it can't be dense because my monitor's plugged into. Cable's brand new, so it shouldn't be the cable. This real quick. Okay. So it must be that wall adapter. That's fine. Okay. Frame. Frame. Just move this up. Is this there? And then move it up again. There. Oop. Frame. Then do that. Boom. And then let's go back here. Add some more shadows to these as well. Right. Frame. Oh. Frame. Guess we probably don't want to jump that much. Goes there. And then I put it here. Oop. Right. Now I get it. Okay. Go. Sorry I've gotten so quiet. My brain is fried enough, it's kind of just become intense focus time. Oh, it's a little more of this. Okay, that's fine. Okay. That. Go here. There we go. It's all together. It grows. It blooms. But these are triggered by 2 different steps, so... First, you water it, and it sprouts. Then you shade it, and it grows. Everything we need from gradient 2. This. Okay. So now... Another new frame. Alright, this one's gonna be a bit weird. Gonna be weird for me to draw. And it's just weird in general. Got that. Second time that's been triggered by a bot today. Gotta love it. Okay. Let's get the shape together here. Move this up a little bit more. Do something like that. I think we take this. Make it a little bit darker. Let me fill it in with something just a little bit lighter. I've been staring at this single build for far too long, and it's almost 2 a.m. I'm gonna sleep on it and try again tomorrow. See you around. Did join your Discord though, so if I get anything worth sharing, I'll do so. If I don't, I'll just cry on my own. Night, Maggie. Thanks for hanging out for so long, and thanks for joining the Discord. Hope you have a good one. Get some rest. I think that's mushroomy enough. Right, and then of course. The shadows themselves. Oops, section. Yeah, it seems fine. Okay. That. Kind of want to. The other thing is we really probably should have made this guy bigger. Then again, he is meant to be tiny, so. Yeah, it's fine. So we want to take basically this much of him. Delete everything else. Paste that. Then we want to use parts of it, so I want to be like that. Let's do this. No, this just doesn't work. Okay, so what I need to do. I need to take this guy out of here. I need to just make a new one that is 64 by 64. Toss in this. Do I need these colors anymore? I don't think I actually do. Yeah. Now we have some actual space to work. I might not be able to go to that. Bit to some extent. Does this guy even need a shadow? I guess not. So he'll only be moving if he's shaded with this animation. So I didn't really need to put him up here, but I did. So it is what it is. Well, that's pretty fixable. It does mean he doesn't need to be in a 32 by 32 anymore, though. So let's go back to here. Let's create a new frame. Delete all of this. Throw our guy in there. Yeah, fine. Then a new frame. Quite literally. Yeah, this guy's just gonna get the derpiest fucking walk animation imaginable. Actually, let's not even do this. Actually, no, we will do this. But we will, flip it horizontally. Oh, no. Can't do that with all of it. We'll just do the legs. It's fine. Hit. Flip horizontal. Now, do we need that? I think if we just do this. Yeah, I think that's what we need. That should do just fine. Okay. Get rid of this. Don't need it. What's next? So we need a heavy object. What are we gonna use for that? Frame. Delete everything. This doesn't have to be. Have a shadow at all because it'll always be in the shade. Okay. The obvious option would just be like a brick pot or something like that. A cube of tungsten. Because why not? Let's just go for some kind of brick-like object. One, two, three. That seems good. Frame. a shelf here. It's fine. And this guy sitting there. I'll probably use particle effects for the this, delete that. Do that. I guess we should probably get there. A few frames. Really just do this. Shit. No, that one's fine. This one's also a little messed up. Okay, so delete it. Then go here. Then grab this. This is in the correct order anyway. So we do that. This one we go here. Delete that. And we paste that. There we go. We make another new frame. Go there. Go here. Delete and paste. Another new frame. Nope. Grab. Delete. We paste. New frame. And then we're good. Okay. Ice shelf is done. What's next? I'm not gonna do that. Leave that be, because I don't think its shadow is going to be super. It's fine. Much more do I? So we've done all of that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm streaming for 7 hours, and I think I'm reaching a point where I'm not gonna be able to do much useful. Brain is sauce. Made a good chunk of the way through the art though, and we're still technically ahead of schedule. So, totally fine to finish it tomorrow. Not a big deal at all. If anyone's still hanging out live on Twitch or YouTube, thank you for being in here. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And if you're watching the VOD, and you want to catch a live, you know what to do. Follow, subscribe, all of that stuff. Gonna try to get into a regular streaming schedule again, streaming at least, you know, a few days a week, hopefully even more. And, yeah, with that, I have been Dread, aka Studio Dread LLC. And,